Good morning, we're on the record. Prior to just in my introductions, I'd like to apologize to members of the public that we are tardy this morning. We were supposed to start at 10:30. However, we had some pressing matters in executive meeting that we had to address. So I do apologize for our tardiness this morning in coming on the days. All right, good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's I apologize. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577 of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengov.office@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status case number 22 PRO 00082, the Avery, license number 121441. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. David Abrams, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Ms. Johannes and Mr. Abrams, can you please activate your camera, please?
My apologies. I am attempting to.
Hi, I'm sorry.
Ms. Johannes, who are the parties that are protesting this application?
The ANC and a group of 5.
Is the
2E.
I'm aware of that, but I don't see the ANC. Mr. Oriana, is there a member of the ANC present? If they are, can they identify themselves in the chat so we can elevate their rights? I'm sorry, Miss. This is ANC 2E. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate? I think there's a Gwendolyn Loesch.
Gwendolyn,
Can
your
you-
access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you for,
Good morning,
I hope you can hear me. This is Gwendolyn Lowe's. I'm
Hold on a
the
minute, ma'am. Hold
ANC
on.
Commissioner for the
Yeah, hold on.
area.
ma'am. Yeah, hold on. Yes, I can hear you. I can't see you though, but I can hear you. All right. All right. Okay. So let's have, yes, ma'am, I can now see you. Mr. Abrams, I can't see you. If you, I'm not sure. So if you have a camera, please turn that on so we can start. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status on the Avery. Can the parties please identify themselves for the record, starting with the representative of the licensee?
Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the applicant. And that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Ioannis. Is the applicant joining us this morning?
I don't believe so, no.
All right, good morning. All right, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Loesch. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and who do you represent, ma'am?
Good morning, Gwendolyn Lowe's, ANC 2E06, and it's GWENDOLYN, Lowe's, LOHSE, and I'm representing ANC 2E, and I believe there should be also someone on from CAG, which is also a protestant, and there's two groups of residents.
And who's from CAG? Is that David Duber? Who is David Duber?
David Duber is the owner.
Right, that's
All right,
the.
so,
Okay.
Mr. Ariana, can you please elevate Mr. David Duber?
David Duber, your access has been elevated.
Is there, I don't see anyone else from, there's no one else that's identified themselves on the chat to say that they're trying to be.
I apologize.
Unmuted.
Thank you for letting me in.
Mr. Duber, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
David Duber, the applicant and owner of the hotel.
All right, spell your name, sir, please.
Oh, sorry, DAVID space DUBER.
And, one more time again, Miss Giannis. Who are the parties who are who filed a protest, who were granted stand-in during the roll call hearing?
ANC 2E, a group of 7. And there's 2 groups of 7. I don't see a CAG as CAG is not in my records been granted standing this matter.
So who's the representative for the group of 7? They said there are 2 groups of 7.
Correct. So for the group of 7, I believe that is Mr. and Mrs. or it's Abrams. Sorry, Mr. Abrams.
No, I'm.
Mr. Abrams, spell and state your name for the record, sir, and who do you represent?
I'm not the leader of the group. Rob Hetem, Hetem, is the leader of my group.
And is he online today?
Rob, are you there?
It's my understanding he is, and then Karen Cruz, who's on the list of attendees, is the representative for the Citizens Association. And I can see her under the attendees.
But it's my understanding that they're not a party. I can elevate, but from what I'm being told by the licensee, that they were not granted stand-in. So I'm trying to find out, and I guess I should have that, but again, unfortunately, because I'm doing this remotely, I'm trying to find out who are I was informed by the licensee that the ANC and their 2 groups of 7 were granted stand-in to protest this matter.
So the Citizens Association was on all the calls previous to this and was granted status on those calls. So, they're emailing me, so that's why I'm speaking up.
All right, all right, I need to find out from, because all right, so from the participant, who is there from the Citizen Association of Georgetown, the CAG? Who's on the line regarding CAG?
I think she can't speak. I see her name and she's
What's her
emailed
name?
me.
What's her name?
Karen Cruz, Karen. Karen Cruz, Cruse, and I see her under the list of attendees, and she's muted.
Mr. Ariana, can you please elevate Karen Cruz?
Karen
Who else?
Cruz, your access
I'm
has
sorry.
been elevated.
Who else? What about, is there a Robert Hetem, Hetem? Is that person online? What about Reverend Rodney Teal? And Gloria Lindsay.
One of the groups I can see is under Buba, Buba, and she's under the attendees. That would be Miss Buba Lund, and she's one of the groups.
Can we elevate Miss Buberland?
Ms. Buberlin, your access has been elevated.
Chairman, can I clarify? My apologies. I just want to clarify. We have an order where there is Karen Cruz on behalf of CAG, and I have sorry about the name, Makuba Lund on behalf of the group of 6, Robert Hetem on behalf of the group of 7, and then Reverend Rodney Teal was dismissed as a protestant. So it would just be ANC2E, Karen Cruz on behalf of CAG, the group of 6, which is Mr. Lund, or is representing the group of 6, Mr. Lund, and Mr. Hetem on behalf of the group of 7.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that Ms. Lund and Mr. Hedem are on the same dial-in because they just sent me an email.
Good morning. We all here.
All right. Okay, let's start back. Let's start again. I want to make sure that all the parties, so therefore, all the protestants in this case are ANC2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, a group of 6, and a group of 7. So there are 4 protestants group in this case. Is that correct? Because I see who,
yes, that's correct.
From my attendee list, these are the folks who were invited. Invitations were sent to participate today. I saw that an invitation was also sent to Reverend Teal. So Reverend Teal was from what group?
He was on behalf of Jerusalem Baptist Church as a protestant, and he was dismissed. All
right. So let's start. So let's start back again to do introductions. Go ahead, Ms. Ioannis.
Yes.
Let's start. Can you tell us who do you represent?
I represent the applicant, and that's Sidon Yohannes, Sidonyohannes, and Mr. Duber, the applicant, is also here and can introduce himself.
Mr. Duber, can you introduce yourself again, please? Mr. Duber. All right, Mr. Duber previously, Mr. Duber.
I was talking to myself.
Okay.
This is Mr. Duber.
Duber, I previously identified himself. Hold on.
This is Mr. Duber speaking.
All right, Mr. Duber, can you just spell and state your name for the record, please?
David Duber, David Duber.
All right. What about who is representing the ANC? Please spell and state your name again, please.
My name is Karen Cruz, Karen Cruz.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. I said the ANC. Who's representing the ANC?
I'm sorry.
Gwendolyn Lowe's, ANC Commissioner 2E06. The applicant's property is in my SMD, and it's Gwendolyn, Gwendolyn, Lowe's, LOHSE.
The Citizens Association of Georgetown, who's representing that protesting group? You're on mute, Ms. Cruz. You're on mute, ma'am. Ms.
Okay.
Cruz, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm Karen Cruz, and I represent the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Spell your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Karen, Karen, Cruz, Cruse.
The group of six, who's representing the group of six? Are there someone here from the group of six?
My name is Makbuba Lund, and I represent Group of Six.
Spell your name, ma'am, please.
Makhbuba. Lund, last name.
Thank you. You're from the group of six.
Correct.
Who's from the group of seven?
I am Robert Hetem, Hetem.
Thank you. So these are all the protest groups in this case. All right, fine. Now that we've gotten all the parties identified and all the parties are here, are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? Ms. Ioannis, you're on.
Right, none for the applicant.
What about from the ANC?
We are working with the applicant to try to develop a settlement. And if you'd like me to go over that now, I can, whatever works. Thank you.
No, we don't, yeah. What about the group of six? Any preliminary matters?
No, not at the moment, no.
The group of seven, any preliminary matters?
None at this time, no.
And the Citizens Association of Georgetown?
No, none.
All right. Just as a matter of record, I just want to advise the group of six and the group of seven that if a settlement agreement is reached with the ANC, your protest will fall. So whether or not you are or are not a part of the settlement discussions, or even if you have not signed off on the settlement agreement, just as a matter of law, your protest will fall. For the Citizens Association of Georgetown, they do have standing. So even if a settlement agreement is reached with the ANC, if the Citizens Association of Georgetown, if they are not a part of this settlement agreement, they can move forward with a protest if they're not part of the settlement agreement. But if the group of six and the group of seven are not a part of the settlement agreement, if one is reached with the ANC, their protest will fall by operation of law. Is everyone understood? Does everyone understand what I just stated? Any questions? Okay. All right, this matter then, if this matter is not settled, we will have a protest hearing on October 5th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Is there, are the parties familiar with the protest proceeding, or do I need to review them for the parties?
The applicant is familiar.
CAG is familiar.
I would review them for the resident protesting. There's a lot of residents on the line.
Okay, thank you. Now that we have scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's procedures have now changed. As you know, the hearings are conducted virtually, so it's more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will be receiving an email from Abra Legal Assistant Imani Moreland that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to Abra Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to these issues that are being protested. I'm also advising the parties that if this matter goes to a protest hearing, I would like you to identify a designated representative who will represent all the protest groups. If you need more than 5 witnesses, you can jointly make a motion to the board. You can make a motion to the board asking for more than the 5 witnesses, but I'm just advising you because there are 4 parties in this case, we're not going to have 4 separate cases. So therefore, the parties should meet and decide who's going to be the designated representative, who's going to represent the protestants at a protest hearing. And as I stated before, if for whatever reason you need more than 5 witnesses, or if you need more than an hour to present your case, a motion can be made to the board for our consideration. Okay? Are there any questions? All right. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to this hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Ms. Moreland at 202-442-6942 or contact her by email. All right. Good luck in your negotiations. If this matter is not settled, we will see you at the scheduled time for the protest hearing on October 5th at 1:30 p.m. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
The next case in our calendar is case number 22PRO00086, Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. This case has been canceled. The board dismissed the protest. See board order number 2022-621. The next case in our calendar is case number 22PRO00064, El Centra DF, license number 604. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Kevin Kozlowski, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
I see. Okay, Ms. Giannis is already there. Excuse me. All right, good morning again, everyone. Could the parties please identify themselves for the record, starting with the licensee?
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, SIDON YOHANNES.
Good morning. Could Ms. Cruz, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify your affiliation, please?
Yes, my name is Karen Cruz. I represent the Citizens Association of Georgetown. The spelling is KARENCRUSE.
Mr. Kozlowski, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Kevin Kozlowski, KOZLOWSKI, representative of the group of 5 citizens protesting.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? Ms.
Yes,
Giannis?
Mr. Anderson.
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I'll get to you. Ms. Giannis?
No preliminary matters at this time.
Go ahead, sir.
On At the roll call hearing on July 11th, the citizens were granted preliminary standing because 2 individuals made an appearance. So 3 other individuals need to appear. They are all on the call right now in the waiting room. So if it would be possible to admit them so that we can be granted full stand.
All right, can, who are the names that needs to be elevated?
Sure. It should be 2 callers. One is Fletcher, Fletcher. That'll be Philip and Elena Fletcher. And the other one is Greg Love.
All right, Mr. Oriana, do you see Fletcher and Love to elevate? They are.
Greg Love, your access has been elevated. Philip and Elena Fletcher, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Mr. Love, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Greg, Greg, Love, Love.
And you're from where, sir?
I am a resident at 3121 N Street Northwest.
So you are the part of you're part of the group?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, the Fletchers, can you please identify yourself individually by spelling your name, please?
Sure. Philip Fletcher, Phillip. Fletcher is Fletcher.
And Elena Fletcher, Elena, surname Fletcher.
So you said, Mr. Kolowski, you're saying that and I apologize that I apologize that other preliminary matter that I was, and yeah. You're saying that 3 members needed to be present today?
Yes, because myself and Laura Kinitra, the 5th citizen protester, we made an appearance at the July 11th roll call with Ms. Fletcher at that point, and we were granted conditional standing then.
Thank you. Ms. Johannes, Ms. Johannes, you have anything to say?
No, I do not. I do not.
All right, fine. With the presence of Mr. Love and the Fletchers, I make a motion that the ABC board grants full standing to the group. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. So the board has voted 5-0 to grant standing to the group All right, thank you. All right. Are there any other preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? Ms. Johannes.
No, not at this time. Just that, well, we hope a resolution will occur quickly.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Cruz.
No, we're still trying to work out a settlement on our main concern.
Thank you. And Mr. Love?
Yes.
Mr. Love, any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Not at this moment.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled then for a protest hearing on, if this matter is not settled, it's now scheduled for a protest hearing on September 28th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Do I need to review the, review the instruction for a protest hearing?
Not for the applicant.
All right.
Not to the citizens protesters.
All right, fine, thank you. I just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, if the matter is not settled, then we go to a hearing. Just remind you that 7 days prior to the hearing, that you are required to disclose, document the witnesses that you relying at the hearing, and also be advised that you can only have 5 witnesses, 60 minutes, and with the Citizens Association and with the group, we're going to ask if the matter goes to a hearing that you designate one of the group to represent both parties. Now, also, if you need to call more than 5 witnesses, you can make a motion to the board asking for more than 5 witnesses. But that's all. All right. All right. Thank you very much. If this matter is next, good luck in your negotiations. If this matter is not settled, we will see you on September 28th at 1:30 for a protest hearing. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
All right. All right, our next case is case number 22 PRO 00008. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties for Cafe Georgetown, please?
Bella Harris, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
For Cafe Georgetown, we need to have do we have ML Barak, James Adushi? Is there anyone else from Cafe Georgetown? Are they online? Please identify yourself for the record if you are here, and we will elevate your rights. Is there anyone else on the line who is here for Cafe Georgetown? We're looking for the owner, I believe is Emelbayrak. We're also looking, we're looking for James Adushi. If you are here, can you please identify yourself, please? I'm going to call one more time. Is there anyone else online who's here for Cafe Georgetown? All right. Ms. Harris, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, Ms. Harris. Take your.
Got it. Hello. My name is spelled ISABELLAHARRIS, Isabella Harris.
Who are you, ma'am?
Say it again.
What is your role in this case, Cafe Georgetown, ma'am?
I am a neighbor of the cafe, and I made a complaint about the renewal of their license, their liquor license.
All right, so you're the protester. All right.
Yes.
All right, this matter was scheduled for protest here, and this is an application to renew the license for Cafe Georgetown. This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing status at 10:30 a.m. It is now 11:35 a.m. I have called several times for a representative from Cafe Georgetown to identify themselves for the record. And I have not gotten any response, to see whether or not the licensee from Cafe, Georgetown is on the line. And it's my understanding that an invitation was sent on September 13 to the owner, providing them with the login information for this hearing. Since the licensee is not here, I am going to make a motion that their application be that their application be dismissed. Is there a second? Is there a second by the board?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The board has now voted that the application, the renewal application for Cafe Georgetown will be dismissed. What this means, Ms. Harris, we will issue a board order and Cafe, if 10 days, Cafe Georgetown will have 10 days to respond to provide reasonable cause to the board why they failed to appear today. If that has not been done, then they will, their application for renewal is dismissed, and they would more so have to start the process back over by reapplying to renew their license. Okay, ma'am?
Sounds good to me.
That is where we are. You have a great day, but we'll issue a determination in 10 days on the motion. And as I stated, we'll issue a decision and they'll have 10 days to respond. If they don't respond, then then they have to file another application to renew their license if they want to remain in business. Okay?
Yay. All right. Thank
All right.
you, Mr. Anderson and team.
Thanks for being here, ma'am, and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
All right, the next case in our calendar is a show cause. We now move to a show cause hearing status. And the first case on our show cause hearing, the next case in a show cause hearing status is case number 20 CIT 00222 assets, license number 113585. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Stephen Ortiz, your access has been elevated. Nicholas Locke, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Locke, are you there? All right, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHEN ORTIZ.
Good morning. Thank you.
Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Locke. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
This is Nicholas Locke for assets, DC, Voyager 888 for the respondent.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
So there are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, thank you. Then this matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on October 5th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I just want to remind both parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, that 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses that they will be relying on at the hearing. Failure by either side to provide exchange documents and witnesses that the board might vote to, unless to not allow them to rely on documents and witnesses that has not been disclosed 7 days in advance. Any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Law?
No questions.
All right, thank you. All right, then the parties are free to discuss settlement if they so desire. We can, if the matter is settled, they can do a OIC that could take the matter off our calendar and we can do it on our legal agenda. If not, we will see you on October 5th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00018, Flash, license number 105774. This case has been canceled based on the submission of an offer in compromise that's been provided to the board. The board will consider and vote on the offer in compromise on our legal agenda later on this morning. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00033, Half Smoke. This is a show cause hearing. Mr. Orlando, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? This is for Half Smoke. And I think for Half Smoke, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize. This matter is canceled. This matter is canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on August 31st, 2022. See board order number 2022-645. All right. So thank you. That ends our morning calendar. And so since we have now concluded our morning's calendar, we're now going to do our agenda items. So the first matter on our agenda, we're going to do our legal agenda. And the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated August 23rd, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Whitlow's on Wilson, license number 121849. I make a motion that we approve the settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I cannot hear you, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated September 7th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C, the Colorama Citizens Association, the Reed Cook Neighborhood Association, and Pitchers and a League of Her Own, license number 110437. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of requests for off-site storage of books and records dated August 30th, 2022. This is for Lydell, license number 119890. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated August 15th, 2022. The license was canceled on July 27th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-538. This is Benito's Place, license number 106428. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of request to reinstate dismissed protests filed September 2nd, 2022. Protest was dismissed on August 29th, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 00081 pursuant to board order number 2022-624. This is Mara Hotel Lechu Vesper upstairs at the Morrow, license number 121709. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6, review of opposition to reinstate dismissed protest filed September 8th, 2022. Protest was dismissed on August 29th, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 00081 pursuant to board order number 2022-624. Again, this is in the upstairs at the Morrow. Excuse me, license number 121709. This matter is now moot. Number 7, review of protest requests for continuance of protest hearing dated September 12, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 00049. The applicant consents, Third and Tingy Hotel with trade name Thompson, Washington, D.C., Anchovy Social, Milano, Mayor, license number 114613. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. The motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 8, review of open streets license category notice of emergency rulemaking. This is a rulemaking that the board was proposing. The emergency rulemaking, the purpose of this rulemaking was the board was creating a new open streets licensing category that allows licensed on-premise retailer to apply for a one-day substantial change for the open streets DC event that has been designated by the mayor as a special event area. Specifically, the new license category allows on-street premises retailer to add or expand upon the existing exterior license space in order to participate in the District of Columbia Open Streets DC event. Mayor's Order 2022-117 dated July 26, 2022 authorizes licensed food establishment with a physical address on Georgia Avenue Northwest in wards 1 and 4 to expand their footprint of services on the sidewalk and street immediately in front of the establishment on October 1st, 2022, with no additional fees being imposed by the Department of Consumer Regulatory Affairs or the Alcoholic Beverage Control Administration. An additional Open Streets DC event is planned for Ward 3 by mid-November 2022. DC Code Section 25502 authorized the mayor to create additional license categories. DC Code Section 25-506C authorizes the board by regulation to permit on-premises retailers to expand their exterior space in order to facilitate participation in a community or street festival up to twice a year in a calendar year. Based upon this authority, the board is creating the new open streets license category. The board is implementing these rules on an emergency basis for 2 reasons. First, the emergency rules will allow existing on-premise retailers to participate in scheduled upcoming open street DC events. Second, encouraging participation in the district's open streets DC program by temporarily closing streets to motor vehicle traffic will promote and allow for healthy activities suitable for all ages and abilities and inspire people to think differently about their streets by encouraging physical activity, creating recreational activities, and fostering community building and education. I am making a motion that the board approve this emergency legislation. Is there someone on the board willing to approve or second this motion? If there's no one on the board who's willing to second the motion, is there a board member who wants the board to vote against this emergency rulemaking? Can that person make a motion?
Ms. Crockett makes a motion that we deny this emergency rulemaking.
Mr. Short, second.
Is there a second? Mr. Short has
Mr.
seconded
Short,
the motion.
second.
Let's have a vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I disagree. The board has voted 5-1 not to approve the notice of emergency rulemaking. Let's now move to our supplemental legal agenda. The first matter on our supplemental legal agenda is a review of the joint motion for continuance filed September 2nd, 2022, the case number 22 PRO 00051, CASA, license number 114552. I make a motion that we grant this request. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise filed September 14th, 2022 in case number 22 PRO 0000002. This is for Flash. The offer in compromises. This is for case charge number 1, operated beyond the scope of your caterer's license number, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113I1A. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license should be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 2, sold alcoholic beverages without serving sufficient food. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113I2. 23 DCMR Section 2000.1. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 3, receive complaints from the property concerning disruptive activity. Statutory authority, 23 DCMR Section 2009.1. This one will be dismissed. Charge number 4, operated without obtaining an updated certificate of occupancy. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25333A1. A warning will be issued. Charge number 5, operated in violation of multiple fire codes. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25331A1. This charge will be dismissed. This OIC also contains that is a I apologize. Let's break for 1 minute, please. We're off the record for the board members can stay right there, but we're off the record for just a minute. All right, we're back in the record. All right, so I need to review this again. We're on number 2 on our supplemental legal agenda, and the supplemental legal agenda number 2 is a review of offer and compromise filed September 14th, 2022, for case number 22, PRO 00002 and case number 22 CMP 00018 flash license number 105774. The offer and compromise that I have that encompasses both cases. For case number 22-251-00002, charge 1, operated beyond the scope of your caterer's license, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113-1I1A. There's a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge number 2, sold alcoholic beverages without serving sufficient food. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113I2, 23 DCMR Section 2000.1. Charge, there's a fine of $1,000 paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, receive complaints from public concerning disruptive activity. Statutory authority 23 DCMR Section 2009.1. That charge will be dismissed. Charge 4, operated without obtaining an updated certificate of occupancy. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25333A1. A warning will be issued for this charge. Charge 5, operated in violation of multiple fire code, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25335A1. That charge will be dismissed. But for case number 25251-00018, in the written settlement offer and compromise, there is an error, so I'm correcting it on the record. So the written settlement agreement for case number 22-251-00018, charge 1, operated beyond the scope of your caterer's license, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113I18, charge number 6, off going in order. For that one, there's a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, sold alcoholic beverages without serving sufficient food, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113I2, 23 DCMR Section 2000.1. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. And charge 3, receive complaints from the public concerning disruptive activity, statutory authority, DC Code Section 2009.1. This is dismissed. For charge 4, operated without obtaining an updated certificate of occupancy, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25333A1, a warning will be issued. Therefore, I make a motion that the offer and compromise for case number 22-251-00002 and 22 CMP 00018 be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I vote to deny the offer and compromise based on charge number 5. Multiple fire code violations being dismissed. I cannot vote for that. So public safety wise, I vote to deny that.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
I deny it. I support Mr. Short's concerns. I think we all have those concerns, and I cannot vote for this as presented.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-2. Number 3, review of the consent motion for continuance filed September 13th, 2022 for case number 22 PRO 00052, Surfside, license number 113252. I make a motion to approve that the protest hearing is now scheduled for November 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Is there a second?
I second. Edward Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a consent motion for continuance filed September 13th, 2022 for case number 22-251-0005, Law Society, Abron license 83420. I make a motion that we approve this request, and the show cause hearing is now scheduled for November 2nd, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on the licensing agenda, review application for safekeeping of license. This is from Martin's Wine and Spirits, license number 021266. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request for disposal permit to transfer unopened alcohol beverage inventory to Cara Liquors, license number 000343. The request is being made by Martin's Wine and Spirits, license number 021266. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mrs. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. I'm sorry. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application for extended safekeeping of license. This is for 1720 Club, license number 015251. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Ivacovelli Cafe and Liquor, license number 105273. I make a motion that we approve this through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review appeal of denial letter regarding the suitability of location of 1337 Connecticut Avenue Northwest for placement of the license out of safekeeping. This is for the Roberts Law Group, license number 083728. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, I agree. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review request for storage facility permit. This is for Anxo Logistic LLC. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review request to withdraw the request for substantial change to expand the premises. This is for Kiki 915 U Street, license number 119480. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Review request for approval to provide a gift of Washington football tickets for the 2022-2023 season that do not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Ms. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda, review request to remove the license from safekeeping in order to reopen before the end of the month. This is for Vagabond, license number 120426. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of architectural floor plans for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is Lydell, license number 121791. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of architectural floor plans for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is for Foxtrot, license number 122565. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Crockett seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our notice of vacate cease and desist orders agenda. The ABC board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on August 31st, 2022. Number one, Wah Sing Restaurant, license number 000514. The licensee filed a second renewal application. Stein's Cafe, license number 114522. The licensee filed a second renewal application. So I make a motion that ABC board vacates the cease and desist orders issued on August 31st, 2022 for these two licensees. Is there a second?
Edward
Short,
Grandis.
second.
Sorry, Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis, I believe, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Roland's Grocery, license number 106180. The licensee requests cancellation. Play Off Pizza, license number 116268. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that the ABC board therefore cancels the license in these two cases. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket, there are There are 29 applicants. I will review the name of the applicants, the type of license that's been requested, the event, the date, the license number, and I'll at the end of the list of 29, I'll make a motion that the ABC board approves these one-day substantial change license. The first request is a request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F. This is for the Miracle Theater. The event date, is September 16th, 2022. The license number is 122492. 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 2, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, a concert for the Miracle Theater on September 25th, 2022. License number is 122493, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 3, a request from Hung Bae, HYUNGBAE, a one-day license class F, a wedding, September 17th, 2022. The license number is 122512, 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, a request from Megan McIntyre, MEAGAN MCINTYRE. This is a one-day license class F. This is a birthday reception. This is on September 18th, 2022. The license number is 122535, 20 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 5, a request from Lisa Park. This is for a wedding. This is September 24th, 2022. The license number is 122570, 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 6, a request from Tierra Lassiter, a one-day license class F. VIP reception for Trinity Washington University, license number 122589, 40 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, a request from Mary E. Leshner. This is a one-day license class F fundraiser for African American Church. This is on September 30th, 2022. The license number is 122602, 80 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8, another request from Mary E. Leshner, a one-day license class F concert, September 15th, 2022. License number is 122601, 100 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 9, a request from Jennifer Curie for the Dachshund races at the District Wharf. This is on October 1st, 2022. The license number is 122534, 2,500 attendees, 15 security guards. Another request, number 10, Jennifer Curie, one-day license class G, celebration of 5 days at the Wharf and grand opening of phase 2. This is on October 12th, 2022. License number is 122536, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 11, another request from Jennifer Curie. The event is Dia de los Muertos celebration. This is on October 23rd, 2022. License number is 122535, 2,500 attendees, 15 security guards. Number 12, a request from Ann Walters, a one-day license class G, Caribbean cultural event. This is on September 25th, 2022. The license number is 122518, 150 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 13, a request from Justin Dekelbaum, Dekelbaum, a one-day license class G. This is for Gala. This is September 14th. License number is 122517, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 14, a request from Jennifer Josephine Chu, a one-day license class G, happy hour and dinner. This is on September 15th, 2022. License number is 122533, 90 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 15, a request from Chancellor Malek, M-A-L-E-K. This is for a dancing with a DJ. This is on October 1st, 2022. License number 122533, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 16, a request from Levi Premium Food Service Limited Partnership, a one-day substantial change. The event is pop-up pre-game event. Nature of substantial change. Change to use license off premises directly outside of Audit Field as a pop-up vendor for MLS match, serving beer and wine only. This is on September 18th, 2022. The license number is 060462. The substantial change license is 22 SC 00926, 2,500 attendees, 20 security guards. Number 17, Levi Premium Food Services Limited Partnership one-day substantial change pop-up event. Nature of substantial change to use license off premises directly outside of Audit Field as a pop-up vendor for MLS match, serving beer and wine only. This is on October 9th, 2022. The license number is 060462. The substantial change license is 22 SC 00927, 2,500 attendees, 20 security guards. Number 18, Uproar, one-day substantial change, closing display. September 17th, 2022. The license number is 092012. Substantial change license number is 22 SC 00929, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 10, Red Beer Brewing Company one-day substantial change event, Pumpkin Plazola Festival, one-day substantial change. Change to use license off premises at 27 Harry Thomas Way Northeast. This is on October 27th, 2022, with a rain date of October 28th, 2022. The license number is 109096. Substantial change license number is 22 SC 00925, 350 attendees, 7 security guards. Number 20, Atlas Brewing Company LLC, one-day substantial change. It's a festival on October 8th. The license number is 091282. The substantial change number is 22 SC 00962. 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards. Number 21, La Hambre, JAMBRE, one-day substantial change reception. This is September 24th. The license number is 099738. Substantial change number is 22 SC 00938. 42 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 22, OBHDC Limited Liability Company, Other Half Brewing, one-day substantial change. It's a reception. Nature of substantial change is served spirits during the Oyster Wars events. This is on October 9th, 2022. The license number is 114148. The substantial change license number is 22 SC 00961. 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 23, Queen Vic event, the Queen Elizabeth II, the funeral. Nature of substantial change to live stream Queen Elizabeth II funeral. This is on September 19th, 2022. The license number is 083939. The substantial change request license number is 22 SC 00967. Number 24, Kenneth H. Nash, Post 8 American Legion, one-day substantial change, a fundraiser. Nature of substantial change to use the license off premises in its own parking lot. This is on September 20th, 2022. The license number is 000643. Substantial change license is 22 SC 00966. 125 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 25, RTP LLC, one-day substantial change, Open Street DC. Nature of substantial change to expand the patio to the street. This is on October 1st, 2022. The license number is 102117. The substantial change license 22 SC 00969. 231 attendees throughout the day, 5 security guards. Number 26, Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F miracle concert. This is September 13th through the 14th through the 15th. The license number is 11491. 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 27, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F comedy show and live music. This is September 12th, September 13th. The license number is 122494. 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 28, Marcela Perez, one-day license class F concert Miracle Theater, September 25th, 2022. The license number is 122493. 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 29, Ronald Edwards, one-day license class F cyclocross bike race. This is September 10th, 2022. The license number is 122489. 300 on waves throughout the day, 33 attendees. I make a motion that ABC board approves this one-day substantial change agenda. Is there a second? Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. I cannot hear you, Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
And with Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We have another one-day substantial changes. All of these events regarding the H Street Festival. On this agenda regarding the H Street Festival, there are 25 establishments who are requesting for changes regarding the H Street Festival. I will review the names of the licensees, the requests, and I'll make a motion at the end of the list that the ABC board grants these changes for the H for these establishments to participate in the H Street Festival. The first request is a request from Raju R-A-J-I Rankins, a one-day license class G for the H Street Festival. This is on September. All of these events are September 17th, 2022. The license number is 122585. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 2, a request from Hannah Jones, one-day license class G. Again, the H Street Festival. License number is 122584, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Fernando, number 3 is a request from Fernando Postigo, P-O-S-T-I-G-O, one-day license class G, H Street Festival, September 17th. License number 12258482, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 4, Cassandra Womack, one-day license class G, again for the H Street Festival. License number is 122583, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 5, On the Rocks, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to extend patio service to curbside. The license number is 106695, the substantial change. Request is 22SC00950. Number 6, Ocean Lounge, one-day substantial change, again for the H Street Festival to expand patio to the curbside. The license number is 114106, substantial change. License is 22SC00949. Number 7, the Big Board, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to expand patio to service to curbside. License number is 087398, substantial change, 22SC00956. Number 8, Sticky Rice, H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number 072783, substantial change. License 22SC00955. Bar Elena, one-day substantial change. This is number 9, H Street Festival. License number is 086320, substantial change, 22SC00939. Number 10, Stables DC, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number is 105439, substantial change, 22SC00954. Number 11, Sol Mexican Grill, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number is 092192. Substantial change, license is 22SC00953. Number 12, Poi Boy Gym, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number 037903, substantial change, license is 22SC00952. Smoking Pig, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number 104866. Substantial change is 22SC00951. Number 14, Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, one-day substantial change for the H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number 119312, substantial change, license 22SC00948. Number 15, Granville Moore's Brick Yard, one-day substantial change, 8th Street Festival. License number 072792, license substantial change, license 22SC00958. Number 16, Taqueria Rusticera Fresh Cup, one-day license class, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival. Change to patio service to curbside. License number 104296, substantial change, license 22SC00946. Number 17, Mythology and Lore Dirty Water, one-day substantial change. This is for H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. The license number is 095033, substantial change, license 22SC00943. Number 18, Chupacabra, CHUPACABRA, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival to extend patio service to curbside, license number 092662. Substantial change number license is 22 SC 00942. Number 19, Beer Garden House, HAUS, 1 day substantial change, H3 Festival, change to expand patio to curbside. License number is 083695, substantial change, license 22 SC 00940. Number 20, Bullfrog Bagels, 1 day substantial change, H Street Festival to extend patio service to curbside. License number is 112890, substantial change, 22 SC 00941. Number 21, The Boiling Crab, 1 day substantial change, H Street Festival. The license number is 117332, substantial change, number 22 SC 00944. Number 22, The Pursuit, 1 day substantial change, H Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number is 113810, substantial change, number 22 SC 00945. Number 23, The Haymaker Bar, 1 day substantial change, 8th Street Festival to expand patio service to curbside. License number 084689, substantial change, license 22 SC 00947. Number 24, H Street Country Club, 1 day substantial change, again, H Street Festival to extend patio service to curbside. License number 076649, substantial change, 22 SC 00959. Number 25, Queen Vic, 1 day substantial change, 8th Street Festival. License number 083930, substantial change. License is 22 SC 00957. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these 1 day substantial change for the H Street Festival. Is there a second?
Grandis.
Mr. Grandis says second the motion. Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our license administrative docket. This is the last process for the board to issue license for all these establishments. There are 29 cases on the license administrative docket. I'll read all 29 names. And at the end of the list, I will ask that ABC Board approve the issuance of these licenses. So the first one is Oasis Marinas, license number 120887. Retailer A liquor store class change application from an A to a B. Number 2, Truxton Inn, license number 101217. Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officers Langdon Hampel and Joseph Englert, Englert. Number 3, Colonial Liquors, license number 122455. Retailer A liquor store, corporate name change application. The new name is WL Fine Liquors LLC. Number 4, Urban Roast, District Eats, The Hound, license number 115513, Retailer C Tavern, corporate name change application. The new name is Testeva, Tasteva LLC. Number 5, Trinity Social DC, license number 121427, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 6, Astoria's Kitchen by 54 LLC, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 7, Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119393, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 8, Delivered, license number 121946, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 9, Organic Wine and Spirits LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 122551, Retailer A liquor store, transfer with sale application. Number 10, Lydell, license number 119890, Retailer A liquor store, new ABC license application. Number 11, Georgetown Restaurant Group LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 120570. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 12, Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 13, Cadaster, Cadaster Wines, license number 121495. Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 14, Sol Mexican Grill, license number 121362. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 15, I'm Still Hungry DC, license number 119324. Caterers license. Address change application. The new address is 2800 10th Street Northeast. Number 16, Swizzler, license number 120932. Retailer D Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 17, Premier Lounge, license number 120372. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 18, Doi Moi Bird's Eye Destination Wedding, license number 121365. Retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 19, Amazon Retailer LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 121462. Retailer B Full Service Grocery, new ABC license application. Number 20, Street Pizza, license number 121741. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 21, Hampton Inn DC Convention Center, license number 122216. Retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. Number 22, A&W Liquor and Wines, license number 122050. Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. Number 23, Tie and Time Again, license number 122056. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 24, The Saga, license number 122095. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 25, Pie Shop, license number 087422. Retailer C Tavern, stock transfer application. Number 26, Homewood Suites, license number 085095. Retailer D Tavern, change of officer application. Leslie D. Hale, President Thomas Bardenett, Bardenett, VP, and Sean F. Mahoney, VP. Number 27, Homewood Suites, license number 085095. Retailer D Tavern, let off request to remove the officers Rosie Berken, Frederick McKalip, and Carl Mayfield. Number 28, Brancata at La Cosita, COSECHA, license number 119074. Retailer D Restaurant, Sidewalk Cafe endorsement application. And number 29, Boulevard Lounge, license number 115385. Retailer C Tavern, change of hours application. I make a motion, therefore, that ABC Board approve these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson has voted to agree. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, hold on 1 minute, please. All right. We're not, we're not at the end of our morning calendar and also the end of our agenda item. And so therefore the board will be in recess until 1:30. I will ask all board members to return. So we're in recess until 1:30. Can I ask all board members to go to executive session for briefly before going to lunch? So I'll ask all board members to return to executive session briefly before we go to lunch. All right, thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other board members. We have Mr. James Short. We have Mr. Bobby Cato. We have Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members for the attendance, and so therefore we do have a quorum today. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are actually 6 cases on our calendar for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable the camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case for this afternoon is case number 22 CMP 00035, the Mad Hatter, license number 82646. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? It should consist of the government, the licensee, and whatever witnesses that are the parties might have.
Eric Heidenberger, your access has been elevated. Evan Lutz, your access has been elevated. Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
You're not on camera. Mr. Grandis? I'm waiting for you to be on camera, Mr. Klein, so we can start. Mr. Klein, are you still there? I guess Mr. Klein is gone. Mr. Oriana, can you please look again to see if Mr. Klein is attempting to sign back in, please?
Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated.
All right. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to, thanks for being here today. Let me have the parties let me have the parties identify them for the record. Let's start with the government, please. You're on mute, Mr. Lutz.
Apologies. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz for the district. Additionally, I have Mr. Mark Ruiz as the district's witness.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Klein, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Good afternoon. Andrew Klein from the Veritas Law Firm here on behalf of the respondent.
And is your client here today, sir?
The client, Eric Heidenberger, is here on as one of the principals of the respondent.
Mr. Heidenberg, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Heidenberger, ERIC, last name HEIDENBERGER, and partner for the Mad Hatter.
Good morning, good afternoon. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No preliminary matter.
All right, so this is a show cause hearing. This matter is scheduled for show cause hearing. And so we will start. The process is that each party will have given an opening statement. Once the party gives an opening statement, the government will present its case by calling its first witness. And then once the government has presented this case, the applicant has had an opportunity to cross-examine whatever witness the government calls, then the applicant will then the licensee will put his case on. So, Mr. Lewis, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the district is prepared. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This case is about the licensee, Mad Hatter, exceeding its board-approved capacity in violation of DC Code 25762, while also failing to have an ABC manager present during the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol in violation of DC Code 25701 and 23 DCMR 707.1. The evidence will show that on the early morning of March 6, 2022, Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration investigator Mark Ruiz arrived and entered the establishment and counted 329 patrons inside the establishment using a clicker, well above the establishment's license capacity of 224 patrons. Next, you'll hear that investigator Ruiz tried to notify an ABC manager of the violation, and only to be told that no licensed ABC manager was on duty at the time. Additionally, the evidence will show that investigator Ruiz observed bartenders serving alcohol to patrons during the establishment's board-approved hours of sale and consumption of alcohol. By this hearing's conclusion, the district will have proven by the preponderance of the evidence that Mad Hatter operated over its capacity and failed to have an owner or board-approved supervisor present on the premises during the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Mr. Klein, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or you want to defer until you present?
I'll reserve.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lutz, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the district would like to call investigator Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz.
Good afternoon.
Can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You're a witness, sir. You're a witness, Mr.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yeah, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Where do you work, Mr. Ruiz?
I work for the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And if I use the acronym ABRA, do you understand that stands for the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
Yes.
And what is your position at ABRA?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you worked as an investigator?
3.5 years.
And as an investigator, what duties does that position entail?
It entails conducting various investigations and inspections in licensed ABC establishments throughout the District of Columbia.
And for conducting inspections, have you received any training or have you received any training in conducting investigations?
I received training from a trainer during our field training exercise.
And during your investigations, are you familiar with the establishment Mad Hatter?
I am.
How are you familiar with Mad Hatter?
As an establishment within the city and as a place that I visited on this night.
And can you tell me what night you visited the establishment?
So it was a Cinco de Mayo holiday, May 5th, but by the time I arrived at the establishment, it was after midnight, so it was May 6th.
And so, you arrived at the establishment. What happened next?
I let security at the front door know that I was going to conduct a walkthrough and conduct a count just to ensure they were in compliance with capacity.
And did you enter the establishment?
I did.
Did you conduct a count for capacity? Could you please repeat that? Unfortunately, the audio cut out.
Yes, I did.
And how many people did you, how many patrons did you count within the Mad Hatter on that evening?
329 patrons.
I'm sorry, how many? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
329.
Now turning to actually how you conducted that that count. Can you please tell the board how you conducted that count?
Yeah, so I started from the front door, started counting, making my way through the right side of the establishment where the main bar is located, and then made my way to the mezzanine area and then down the opposite side out the exit.
And during your count, while counting, did you use any tools?
I used a counter, yes.
And did you take a photo of that counter?
I did.
Mr. Chairman, the district requests permission to share its screen.
Elena, can you please allow Mr. Lutz to share his screen, please?
Your access has been elevated.
Sorry, one sec. There we go. Mr. Ruiz, you're looking at a document that's been marked as Government Exhibit B. Can you please tell me what this is?
Yeah, this is a.
I'm not seeing the document. What I see rearranged videos in stage. So either you need to close that document, Mr. Lutz, because I'm not seeing the document.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Start again, please, because yeah.
Of course. Just going to share the screen instead of the document itself. So
I'm seeing the same thing. So I'm not sure. Why don't you? There's something asking me to say, what are you seeing on your screen? I'm seeing it says rearrange videos in the stage. You can either close it or got it. I guess the document.
Click on got it, Donovan. You need to click got it.
That's on my computer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Chairperson Donovan, just confirming that you're able to see the exhibit.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Investigator Ruiz, I'm showing you a document that's been labeled as Government Exhibit B. Can you please tell me what this is?
Yeah, this is the photo of the counter with the number counted after exiting the establishment.
And I would just like to show that, just like to state for the record that we're showing Government Exhibit B. And so, Investigator Ruiz, you said that's the clicker you use. Can you please tell me what number is displayed on the clicker?
329.
And is this photo taken at or near the time that you made your count using the clicker?
Yes, it was after I exited and was on the sidewalk in front of the establishment.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the clicker at the time when you exited after you made your count?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the district requests that Exhibit B be moved into evidence.
Was this a part of a case report that was done by the investigator?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. This photo was part of the case report that is the government's Exhibit A. However, the photo that was used was scanned into the government Exhibit A, and so the photo quality is not effective.
Mr. Klein, do you have any?
I have no objection.
All right, without objection.
Thank you. I will stop sharing my screen. Now, Mr. Ruiz, Investigator Ruiz, what happened after you completed your count?
Yeah, so I had asked for the ABC manager to come out front to speak with them and discuss with them what I found.
And now, turning it back a little bit. So you exited at the rear of the establishment?
Through the exit, which is also technically in front of the establishment.
Oh, in front of the establishment. And then once you asked for an ABC manager at the front of the establishment, what happened next?
Miss Oliviers, I think I got that right. Came out and greeted with me. Which time I asked if she was an ABC manager. Asked for her photo ID and her license. I believe she went and got it and then came back and with a temporary ABC manager's license.
And what could you tell me about that temporary ABC manager license?
The license she presented to me at the time was expired since November of 2021.
Was any other ABC manager or owner present on the premises at that time during your visit?
During my interview with her, I did ask her if there was anyone else present at the establishment that had an ABC manager's license. She told me there was not.
And turning back to your count, just when you made your count, could you go over the methodology and how you actually counted the individuals in the bar?
So of course I counted patrons that were stationary or dancing in place, drinking, or conversating. There were individuals that were in transit, moving past me towards the front of the establishment. Those individuals I didn't count as they may have been exiting.
And while you were making your counts, you said you observed patrons drinking alcohol. Did you see any bartenders serving alcohol?
I did see a bartender behind the bar serving, yes.
And following your visit to the Mad Hatter, did you draft a report near or at the time of the violation?
Yes, I reported immediately after.
Mr. Chairman, the district requests permission to show what's marked as Government Exhibit A.
It should be. I think you still have the ability to share a screen. So.
Board's indulgence to correct the sizing. Mr. Ruiz, I'm going to be scrolling through what's marked as Government Exhibit A. Please take a look at it. Ms. Investigator Ruiz, can you please tell me what this is?
Yeah, this is the case report that I drafted with the exhibits attached.
And is this a true and accurate reflection of the events of your visit?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I would like to confirm that Government Exhibit A, the case report, is in evidence.
It's a part of the administrative. It's a part of the administrative record for the agency, so it's automatically it's in evidence.
Thank you. Now, Investigator Ruiz, I'm going to turn to what's marked as Exhibit number 1 in Government Exhibit letter A. Can you please tell me what you see? Or
Yeah,
please tell me what this is, actually.
This is a photo of patrons and establishment as well as the bar area, in which you also see a female bartender pouring a cup of beer from the tap.
In what quadrant is that cup of beer being poured?
The lower right-hand corner.
And did you take this photo?
I did.
And did you take this photo using a district issued phone or camera?
Yes.
Thank you. Now turning to exhibit number 2, can you please tell me what this is?
This is another photo of patrons in the establishment. This is from me standing at the front door.
Now turning to exhibit number 7, can you please tell me what this is?
This is a photo of the temporary ABC manager's license that Ms. Oliveras presented to me.
And what's the expiration date that's listed on the temporary ABC license?
November 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Now turning to exhibit number 6, can you please tell me what this is?
This is a photo of the posted ABC license in the establishment.
And did you take this photo of the license?
I did.
Can you please tell me on the license, what's the occupancy that is occupancy capacity that is that's listed on the license?
224.
Is 224 less than the or actually is the number 329 the number of patrons you counted greater than the capacity?
It is.
And when making your determination that the number of patrons that exceeded the capacity of the bar, how did you make that determination?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? I think it was broken up.
Regarding when making your determination that the license that the establishment exceeded its capacity, did you refer to the capacity that's listed on the ABRA license?
Yeah, I did a capacity check. I did refer to the ABRA license that the establishment is licensed for.
And when making when ABRA issues a violation for or apologies, strike that. Does when conducting your investigation, do you refer to any other document in other than the ABRA, the board approved license, regarding the capacity that of patrons that the establishment may have?
I just referred to the ABRA license.
Next, turning to if you would please read me the hours of operations of sales and entertainment that's listed on the license for Mad Hatter.
For that particular day?
Yes.
So that would have been for Thursday. I'm reading off the screen. It's kind of, it looks to appear to be 11:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. And the sale for the operation and the sales reflects the same, 11:30 to 2 a.m.
And your visit during to the establishment was during this time?
Yes.
Board's indulgence, I'll stop sharing my screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, no further questions.
Salute, Mr. Klein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Investigator Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Klein.
You arrived at the establishment around midnight, is that correct?
Yeah, around that time. Mm-hmm.
And Exhibit B, which you've identified, you're standing in front of the establishment after having done the count, correct?
Correct.
What time was that?
I'd say roughly somewhere between 12:05, 12:10-ish.
So it only took
That I can
you
recall.
5 or 10 minutes to count 329 people, or 3 people, or 32 people, depending upon what this exhibit says?
Yes, yeah, it's a quick count. I was able to move through the establishment pretty quickly, considering.
The establishment you mentioned has the first floor, correct?
Correct.
It also has a mezzanine.
Correct.
So what you're saying is you made it all the way through the first floor and did your count and went up to the mezzanine and did your count and ended up on the front sidewalk, and that didn't take more than 10 minutes?
Yeah, I don't recall it taking more than 10 minutes.
And during the period that you were doing that count, you don't have any way of knowing who exited the establishment, do you?
No, that's why I wasn't counting anybody that was moving around. I wasn't in there that long enough for that many people to be leaving.
So when you say you weren't counting anybody that was moving around, when we look at Exhibit 1, can you pull up Exhibit 1?
Who are you asking to pull up Exhibit 1, Mr. Klein?
I beg your pardon?
Who are you asking to pull the Exhibit 1 is the government's witness, is the government's document. So are you asking?
Well, there's exhibit, actually make it Exhibit 2 to the report.
No, I'm asking, hold on. I'm asking a different question, Mr. Klein. Are you asking the government, the witness doesn't have any documents. So you either have to ask Mr. Lutz.
All right, I'll ask Mr. Lutz, or I'll ask the board's host if
we don't have that ability, Mr. Klein. So you either have to have the document, or as a courtesy, you need to ask the government. But
I'll ask the government. It's the government's exhibit, and presumably, if we were in the courtroom, I would have been provided a copy, and I would be relying on that. So,
well, I know, but that's what I'm saying. You need to ask the government to share his screen to raise the document that he previously.
Fair enough. Mr. Lutz, would you be so kind as to share Exhibit 2 to the investigator's report, Government Exhibit A?
Mr. Board, sorry, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, I would like to also highlight that the district has shared the government exhibit list and exhibits and witnesses list with the licensee prior to this hearing. But the district will share the the document with the board.
We don't dispute that, Mr. Chair. We're simply talking about logistics at this point.
Which exhibit? That's
Exhibit 2 to Government Exhibit A, which is the investigative report, the photograph.
Okay.
All right, Investigator Ruiz, you previously identified this photo, correct?
Correct.
Is it your testimony that these people are not moving?
They may be dancing in place.
Okay,
but
so you didn't
yeah.
include those in your count? Is that your testimony?
I included people that were dancing and stationary, drinking and talking. Nobody that was actually in transit, either walking through the establishment like I was.
So you differentiated between people who were dancing and people who were walking?
Yes. Mostly everybody who's dancing is.
Me dance.
I mean, you could tell when someone's walking through the establishment. Yes.
All right, but when you were on the mezzanine, you have no idea who went out the front door, correct?
That's correct.
And then when you're in the back of the establishment, you have no idea who went through the front door, correct?
Correct.
So in terms of the count is not static. It changes depending upon who enters and exits the establishment, correct?
It's possible.
It's possible or it's likely?
It's likely.
Okay. So we don't really know precisely how many people were in the establishment when you did your count, did you? Do you?
Based off my count, yeah. I mean, if people left, maybe it was a couple under. I mean, I counted over 100 people over, so I find it unlikely that 100 people left during that time.
And it's your testimony that you were able to do this count in no more than 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions of the witness at this time.
Mr. Lewis, can you temporarily close your screen, please? Thank you. Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chairman, the with the board's indulgence, the district would like to conduct redirect.
No, you'll get an opportunity. You'll get an opportunity, Mr. Lutz. It's
Thank
now
you.
the board's opportunity to ask questions, and then I will, once the board members have asked questions, then I will give Mr. Klein an opportunity to ask questions on. I see you, Mr. Short. I will give Mr. Klein an opportunity to have some, if he has any follow-up in as a result of the questions that were asked by the board, and then you'll have the last opportunity to have redirect. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Investigator Ruiz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
First, for the record, I wanted to thank you for a very thorough report and for some very thorough evidence for this case.
You're welcome.
Upon you going into the establishment and making your count using a clicker, did you ask the establishment, because we know that there was no manager there for you to question, did you ask anyone in the business, did they have a counter, and could they give you a number of people that they had let into the establishment to serve alcohol to?
Yeah, the security up front, the individual that was checking IDs, did have 2 counters for entry and exit. I didn't take a photo at the time, but it did not match my counter. It was less than what I had. I don't recall the exact number. I just know it was less at the time.
Thank you. Now, during your training, before you became a full-fledged investigator for Arbor, what were you told, and why would the government have regulations on the numbers on a license that people can come into a place of public assembly and drink alcohol?
For capacity, I know it determines our fees, as well as usually with what's on the certificate of occupancy that the establishment can safely have in the establishment.
Okay, you mentioned the word safely in your answer, and thank you for that. So would you consider, in your experience as an investigator, when there's over 100 people over the license number, is that a public issue or public safety issue? Is it a hazard to the people inside of the place?
I would consider it a hazard, yes.
Okay, so and you say your testimony is that they were 105 people over capacity?
That's correct.
And when you asked for an ABC manager, what were you told?
So security did go and get the ABC manager that they were aware of. However, her license was expired.
And that's a violation, is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, nobody was there that had an actual ABC manager's license.
Thank you for your testimony today, and your evidence is compelling, and thank you very much, Investigator Ruiz.
You're welcome, Mr. Short.
Any other questions for any of the board members? No? All right, let me see if I have any. Mr. Ruiz, what did you mention to the ABC manager that her temporary license had expired?
I did, and she was aware of it.
So what was her comment when you told her that it had expired?
I believe she apologized for that.
I'm sorry. So the license expired in November of 2021. I'm sorry. When is it that you went to visit the place?
It was May 6th. May 6th, 2022.
So approximately 6 months after the license had expired, you went to visit the establishment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. I don't have any other questions to ask. Any questions by the board? All right, Mr. Klein, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, Investigator Ruiz, you mentioned that there were 2 clickers at the establishment.
Yes, one of the security personnel had 2 clickers, yes.
And are you familiar with the use of 2 clickers by an establishment to determine occupancy?
Yes, so one is count going in and one is to count those going out.
Okay. And you indicated that the count that was shown or that they had was substantially less than what you had, correct?
I recall it being less. I just don't recall the exact number.
Okay.
It didn't match up.
And you don't have any reason to believe that they weren't following procedure in terms of using the 2 clicker method, do you?
I believe they were using it. The only concern was, his back is to the exit door, so why he's conducting ID checks. So I found it very possible for him to do a miscount. And plus, Mad Hatter is a known busy establishment with a line out front.
So it's possible, but you don't have any evidence that that's what happened, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And are you aware of situations where there are certificates of occupancy for licensed establishments that are greater in terms of capacity numbers than is listed on the ABC license?
Yes, correct.
Correct. So in terms of it being a violation of the number, if it is, on the ABC license, that does not necessarily mean that it was in violation of the certificate of occupancy or created an unsafe situation, correct?
Not all the time, no.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any questions? I'm going to redirect Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Investigator Ruiz, regarding the certificate of occupancy and ABRA license, Is there a process for us? What was the occupancy limit that was listed on the ABRA license?
224.
And what is the and are we is the ABRA license controlling in whether strike that, please? Court's indulgence. Is the ABRA license how you made that determination?
Yes, going by what they're licensed to have inside the establishment, yes.
And are you aware of any requests by the licensee to exceed or alter that capacity limit?
I didn't locate anything within records stating that there was a request to increase.
Now, turning back to your count, you stated there was 329. You counted 329 patrons in the establishment, which exceeded the limit, and you stated that what that limit was exceeded by 105 patrons.
That's correct.
Did you see over 105 patrons outside or potential patrons or individuals outside of Mad Hatter after you left?
I did not.
Thank you, Your Honor. No, sorry, apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Does the government have another witness?
No, Mr. Chairman, the government does not have another witness.
Does the government rest?
The government rests.
All right, Mr. Klein, do you wish to make an opening statement and then call witnesses?
No, we rest and will make a closing statement.
So, Mr. Lutz, do you wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the district is prepared to make a closing statement.
Right, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, leaders lead by their actions, not by their words. Unfortunately, Mad Hatter did not live up to this principle in this matter. Here we have a veteran DC establishment that's failed to have an ABC manager or owner supervise the sale, service, and consumption of alcohol as it exceeded its ABRA-approved capacity by 105 individuals. And rather than setting an example for many bars in the district, the establishment failed to abide by failed to lead other establishments. Specifically that it permitted these violations happen because of apologies, strike that. And it is for that reason why the district has proven its claims here today. Specifically that Mad Hatter failed to receive board approval for substantially changing the nature of their operation of the licensed establishment under DC 25762A and failed to have a board-approved manager on the premises during the establishment's hour, sale, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages under DC 25701. Mad Hatter violated DC 25762 because they exceeded their board-approved occupancy. The statute requires that prior to a major change to the nature of the operation of the establishment, the board must approve the change. The statute continues, specifically enumerating that increasing the occupancy of the licensed establishment is a factor in determining if the charges are substantial or changes are substantial. You have heard these irrefutable facts. First, Investigator Ruiz arrived at Mad Hatter during its licensed hours of operations on May 6, 2022. Second, that Investigator Ruiz counted 329 patrons in the establishment and determined that the establishment exceeded its ABRA-approved capacity by 105 patrons. Investigator Ruiz also testified that at the time of the violation, no substantial change application that would permit an increase in the occupancy had been approved. Next, Mad Hatter did not have an ABC manager present in violation of DC 25701 because while counting patrons, Investigator Ruiz observed bartenders serving alcohol and patrons drinking alcohol. And when he went to notify the licensee of the violation, he learned that Ms. Olivares, the manager on duty, did not have a valid ABC manager's license, and that no other ABC licensed manager or owner were on the premises to speak with him. Thus, the government has proven by the preponderance of the evidence that the licensee exceeded its board-approved capacity and failed to have an ABC manager present during the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol in violation of DC Code 25762, DC 25701, and 23 DCMR 707.1. The government requests that the board to find in the district's favor and recommends the board apply the appropriate penalty. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lutz. Mr. Klein?
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board. What we have in this case is a failure of proof. In one case factually and in one case legally. Let's deal with the simpler issue, 25-701. We've heard part of that section recited several times, which is failure to have an ABC license manager on the premises. However, if one reads the entire section, what it says is not having an approved owner or an ABC license manager on the premises. Now, when Investigator Ruiz was asked on direct, he said that he asked whether anyone had an ABC manager's license. And the answer was no. But he didn't ask the next question, according to his testimony, which is, was there an owner on the premises who'd been approved by the ABC board? Because if there was an owner on the premises approved by the ABC board, then it would not be necessary under 25-701 to have an ABC license manager on the premises. It's the government's burden to prove that. And although the government may have proved that there was no ABC license manager on the premises, there's an absence of proof and an absence of testimony as to whether there was an owner on the premises. Now, with respect to the occupancy issue, factually, it's all a little vague. It seems to me that the best evidence as to the occupancy would have been the counts that were being made at the front door. However, we don't have any testimony as to that. The investigator indicated that he didn't have any reason to believe that the front door staff was not following proper protocol with respect to determining occupancy. He said it was possible, but beyond that, there's no testimony that what was recorded there was not correct. He admitted that what was recorded there was less than the number that he found in his walk through the establishment. And I would challenge the board to count to 329, just do it in your head without looking at people and determining who's there and walking up and down the stairs and whether you think that that can all be done in 10 minutes. It seems pretty unlikely that that could be done that quickly. While it was being done, no matter how long it took, it's clear that when he was at the back of the establishment, he could not see who exited the establishment, nor when he was on the second floor could he determine who exited the establishment. But more importantly than that, even if you believe the testimony and believe that a preponderance of the evidence shows that this establishment exceeded its board-approved occupancy, that's not enough, because that's not what this establishment is charged with. And perhaps, given those facts, perhaps there might be a violation, but I would submit to you it is not a violation of DC Code 25-762. DC Code 25-762 says, before a licensee may make a change in the interior or exterior or a change in format of any licensed establishment, which would substantially change the nature of the operation of the licensed establishment as set forth in the initial application, the licensee must obtain board approval. Now, first of all, there's no testimony that there was any substantial change in the nature of the operation. And let's look at the examples. I mean, 25-762 is very instructive because it gives 18 possible examples as to what might constitute a substantial change. Now, what do they have in common? What they all have in common is that they are in the nature of permanent changes, not a one-day exceeding of the occupancy stated on the ABC license. If you skip number 1, B1, which is the one that we're talking about in this case, we go to B2 and it talks about expand the operation to allow for permanent use of exterior public or private space, expand the operation to another floor, roof, or deck, provide for live entertainment, diminish or expand the use by the establishment for service of meals, provide permanent space for dancing, change exterior design, on and on it goes. And the point is, and if you go back to 25-762A, what we're talking about is a change in the format of the business. Now, as I said, there may be a violation here, but it's not 25-762B, which is the only thing that's been charged. So we would submit, given that the board would be compelled to dismiss this charge because the burden of proof with respect to this charge hasn't been met. In fact, I would point to the initial notice in this case, which just misstates the law. It says that you exceeded board-approved occupancy in violation of DC Code Section 25-762A. Now, nowhere in 25-762A does it say that there's a violation if you exceed your occupancy. It says if you make a substantial change in the nature of your establishment, that's a violation. And then it gives examples of various things that might be considered by the board to be substantial changes. And if one did one or more of those things, then that would be a substantial change requiring board approval. Increasing the occupancy would be if you went in and amended your certificate of occupancy and you increased your occupancy. The charge, even as stated, doesn't say that they increased their occupancy. It says that they exceeded their occupancy. I mean, that's a different charge. And some of you may say, well, that's semantics. Well, that's what we're here to do. We're here to apply and interpret the law, and the law as written does not make out a violation. Now, let me talk to you about why we're really here, and in terms of why this licensee has chosen to contest this charge. And that is, we all know, we've come off a pandemic of historic proportions, which we're thankful that this business and other businesses in the District of Columbia have survived. Many did not. And I'm telling you that to say to you, if it is determined that this licensee is in violation, despite the arguments that we've made, and despite the failure of the government, in our view, to prove the facts, we would ask that the board simply provide a warning with respect to these charges, which is permissible under 23 DCMR. It is listed as the primary. However, a warning is permissible, and we would respectfully ask that if the board deems that these charges are substantiated, that there be a warning rather than a penalty which would financially affect this licensee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Lutz, I know that do you want to have the final word?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the district would like rebuttal. Mr. Chairman, this case is not about door protocol. It is not about whether this has been, as self-described, historic bar is would get a warning. Rather, this case is hard and set facts. First, the charge of overcapacity has been proven beyond the preponderance of the evidence. We have the charge is not whether the charge is whether they exceeded that amount, and that is 329. Apologies, strike that. Here, the charge is whether they exceeded their or made a substantial change to their operations. ABRA has approved this historic licensee establishment for 224 people, patrons. Going beyond this is a substantial change to that license, because they are not licensed for this to host that many. Specifically, 762A has a long precedence on this board of being enforceable, and to rule otherwise would be inconsistent with those precedents. Additionally, since this is regarding capacity and door protocol, this is not about door protocol. This is about an investigator who entered the licensed establishment, and counted, clicking the entire way, regardless of whether there's protocol at the door. And he was able to find over 105 patrons that were beyond the establishment's licensed capacity. Additionally, regarding the charge of failing to have an ABC manager or owner on the premises, the licensee has failed to provide any proof during testimony that such owner was on the premises. Additionally, during his conversations during this investigator Ruiz's conversation with Ms. Olivares, there was no other ABC manager or licensed individual on the establishment. Lastly, board's indulgence. Lastly, regarding the capacity issue, the licensee was well above their ABRA license capacity, and thus the district has proven that charge. Thank you. No further statements.
All right, thank you, Mr. Luce. All right, the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive the rights to do so? Mr. Klein?
The applicant will waive.
Luce? Mr. Lutz?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you waive? Yes? Okay. All right. The ABC board will issue a decision in 90 days. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 CMP 00035 Mad Hatter, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 CMP 00035 Mad Hatter for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank both you, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Lutz for your presentation today. The board will take this matter under advisement. We'll take this matter under advisement and we'll issue a decision accordingly. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CIT 0015 for Heights Liquor, license number 118369. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government is already here. I think if the government has a witness, that witness, and also elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please.
Mr. Chairman, there is no witness for the government.
All right, thank you. Who is the licensee for us to elevate their rights?
Damas Lacumda, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Lubicanda. Good afternoon. You are in a poor area, sir. Let me see. Speak one more time, Mr. Lubicanda.
Dimas Lumacanda on behalf of the licensee, The Heights.
All right. Okay, fine. All right. And I see that you're in a car. I want to make sure that you're not moving, sir, or that you're not driving.
No, sir. I am parked.
Your signal is poor. So, all right. So, all right. Mr. Lutz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz for the district. That's Kevin Lutz.
Mr. Lumacanda, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation? Who do you represent, sir?
Yes, sir. My first name is D-M-A-Z. Last name is Lumukanda, L-U-M-U-K-A-N-D-A. And I represent the licensee, Mr. DeBeebe, for the LLC, trading as The Heights.
All right, thank you. Now, this is a show cause hearing. So, Mr. Lutz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are preliminary matters. I'm happy to inform the board that the district and the licensee have come to and have settled the matter, and specifically have entered into a global offer and compromise regarding both this matter as well as another matter. At this point, the district and the licensee don't have the finalized document prepared to submit to the board, but the district and the licensee are prepared to read the terms of the global OIC onto the record.
All right, so so you're saying it's a global, so let's first do case number 21 CIT 00139. What are the terms for that case?
1 second. Sorry, the case at hand is 22 CIT 00154, not 39. Is that correct?
On the calendar, on the calendar today, the case that I have is case number 21 CIT 00139. That's the case that's on our published calendar. Now, that's the calendar that I'm looking at, and if something else has changed, but that's the calendar that I'm reading. So is there another calendar with the date? But that's the case I just called. So
the case number I actually have related to the case that's prepared for today is 22 CIT 00154. I have a calendar, however, I don't believe it's the one that's currently posted on ABRA's website. With the board's indulgence, I will double check.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lutz?
Yes.
Mr. Lutz, I am the one who's confusing the case, okay? I
No worries.
apologize.
I
I
understand, no worries.
apologize. I'm the one because it appears that I can't read today. The case that I called is case number 22 CIT 00154, The Heights. So I apologize. So that's on our calendar today. So please let me know. You said you have a global settlement. So what is the settlement term for case number 22 CIT 00154?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the settlement terms, it's charge one, it's a no ABC manager on duty, violation of statutory authority, DC code 25701. There'd be a fine of $250 payable within 60 days of the board accepting the offer and compromise. And if payment is not made within 60 days, the license will be suspended until payment is received.
Is that the only charge in the case?
That is the only charge in the case. The district is happy to also read off the offer and the other case in which the offer and compromise encompasses.
All right. So what's the other case?
The other case is case number 22 CIT 00205. It should have the same case heading or same case heading.
Okay.
The charge number one is the sole charge is no ABC manager on duty. It's a violation of statutory authority of DC code 25701. The fine would be a $250 fine payable within 60 days of the board accepting the offer and compromise. And if payment is not made within 60 days, the license will be suspended until payment is received.
That's it?
There are no further charges.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lumakande, it's my understanding that for case number 22 CIT 00154, there's an offer and compromise, and the offer and compromise is a fine of $250 payable within 60 days. If the fine is not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. That the parties have also agreed to settle case number 22 CIT 000205, and that they also agreed to a fine of $250 payable within 60 days. If the fine has not been paid within 60 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer and compromise? Mr. Lubakanda?
Yes, this is my understanding.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions by any board members regarding the offer and compromise? If there are no questions by any board member, I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise for case number 22 CIT 00154 of a $250 fine payable within 60 days. If the fine is not being payable, if it's not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. And in case number 22 CIT 000205, that there is a fine of $250 payable in 60 days. If the fine is not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid, be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I want to thank the parties for coming to an agreement on this case. Thank you very much. These two cases, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, you do the same.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Our next case is case number 21 CIT 00139, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 71793. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Stephen Ortiz, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
The licensee is not there? There's no licensee here? Let me see. Okay, so you're the one who had asked. All right. Let me just preliminary. Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell and say your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Mr. Ortiz, have you had any conversation with the licensee in this case?
Yes, the parties have agreed to a offering compromise in principle. However, we're trying to finalize the OIC for board approval prior to today's hearing, but that was unable to be to occur. Therefore, I would request at this time a brief continuance so that we can finalize the OIC and file that before the board for their consideration, for you all's consideration.
All right, so okay, so you're asking for continuance.
Yes.
Right. I make a motion that based on representation by counsel that the board grants a continuance. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant is a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Based on representation made by the government, the board has agreed to a short continuance, and the agency will reach out to the parties with a date to reschedule this hearing if we do not receive a settlement within. And approximately how long you believe, sir, that it will take for you to at least get back to us with some direction?
Yeah, well, it is the ORC is in principle, so I would request at least the 28th of September. The reason being that if for whatever reasons the settlement discussions fall through, we will need 7 days to provide exhibits, and so that would not be possible if we do a continuance for next week. That's why I requested.
I'm not gonna assign a date right now. I just wanted to get some clarification about how long you believe this will take. But I'll make sure that the legal office is aware of that, and so therefore, if you're going to reschedule, then we will schedule within those parameters. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me see if you're on my account. Yes. Thank you very much, sir, and have a great day.
You all as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number. A protest hearing, case number 22 PRO 00034, Georgetown in West End, Castas Rumbar, license number 109462. The parties have requested a short continuance from the board for them to discuss settlement of this case. So this matter is continued to a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00051 CASA, license number 114552. This hearing has been rescheduled to October 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00056 Good Stuff Eatery, license number 78027. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The parties have a settlement agreement that they need to execute. And so therefore we are at the end of our agenda for the afternoon. And so if there are no further questions, I will close our hearing for today. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on September 21st, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violation or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified in the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for September 21st, 2022, as published in the DC Register on September 16th, 2022. Is there a second?
And this was second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notes will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who have participated in our virtual hearings today. And I'd also like to thank the members of the board who have also been attentive to our hearings today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. I now request that all board members return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Have a great day.